Hello everyone, and welcome to a new video for Digimon World. You can see it's year 4, day 13, and I have Piximon as my Digimon. I have 99 meats, 3 HP floppies, 3 MP floppies, a restore, 2 bandages, a medicine. Those are the basic items that Yuramon gives you. Age 15, weight 1, happiness and discipline in the positive, virus scored 1 away from being full. My attack is at the maximum. Defense, speed and brains are not so good, and HP and MP are even worse. I have Bug as my technique. There are other techniques which have been learnt, as you can see, but Bug is the only one I've got equipped. Tamer Level's at the maximum, 7 raised Digimon, no money, been playing for not too much short of 6 hours, no medals or key items. You can see I've got a handful of Digimon, Agumon, Meramon, Yuramon, Tanemon, Palmon, Vegiemon, Piximon, no medals and no cards. So the fact that I'm starting with Piximon might seem to be inconsistent with the title, because the title would suggest that I'm going to be completing the game with Sukamon with maxed stats. Well, that is what I'm going to be doing for the majority of this video, but there are things that need to be done beforehand in order to get me into a position where I'm able to get maximum stats with Sukamon. This save file that I've loaded is the same save file that I used for the 3rd and 4th Overpowered run that I did for this game, and I thought I would reload the same file in the interest of trying to do the majority of the game with a Digimon with maxed stats, but with Sukamon being that Digimon. Sukamon, among the other Filth Digimon, is generally considered to not be a very good Digimon. Filth Digimon are generally considered to be the worst, and so I thought it would be interesting to try and do a playthrough of this game where I do most of it with Sukamon, but with maxed stats, plus all of the Filth techniques, just to see how good Sukamon can realistically be. And in order to be able to get maximum stats, I need to be able to prolong my Digimon's life beyond its threshold. That will require Digi-Seabasses. Digi-Seabasses prolong your Digimon's life. Every time you give a Digi-Seabass to your Digimon, it prolongs its life by 3 hours. Usually 5 or 6 Digi-Seabasses is enough to keep your Digimon alive for an extra day, but to be able to catch Digi-Seabasses, I will need the Amazing Rod, which requires having access to the Gecko Swamp and Gear Savannah, because by using Digi-Seabasses I can have Sukamon as my Digimon, prolong his life with the Digi-Seabasses, and then train until I get maximum stats. if I was to try and train until I had maximum stats without any Digi-Seabasses, then he would fade away before I get anywhere near having maximum stats. So the idea is for me to do some of the initial bits of this game with Piximon, with maxed attack and bug, and to get myself into a position where I'm able to maximize Sukamon stats, as well as learn all the Filth techniques. So I'm just going to be doing some of the initial stuff with Piximon until I've done all of the necessary initial stuff, and then I can let Piximon fade away, and then later on I will have a Sukamon with maxed stats who I will be doing the rest of the game with. The initial stuff that I'm doing, you saw I had to defeat Agumon. I also defeated Palmon, because that will enable me to recruit Vegiemon, and that will be very helpful when training Sukamon, because the Hawk Radishes and Super Carrots will boost the training effect that I get when training with Sukamon, so it will make it easier to reach maximum stats more quickly. I'll have to speak to Palmon, who will take me across to the tropical jungle, and I'll need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points in order for Yuramon to mention about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon, which will enable me to proceed to the deeper parts of the Great Canyon. Then from there I can go to Friesland and explore further. I decide to recruit Palmon and Betamon because of the value that the item shop would bring. I decide to recruit Centarumon because when I'm training with Sukamon, in order to avoid tiredness, I'm going to need to rest probably at least once or twice a day, so the clinic will come in handy, not to mention that there's the risk of Sukamon getting sick when feeding it Digi-Seabasses, so by having the clinic we'll be able to cure sickness. Here at the moment I'm pretty much just passing the time until Palmon shows up at the Cola Point, so that I can make it across to the tropical jungle. When I started this game, I started off with Agumon, who digivolved to Meramon. I made sure that my Tamer level went up when I digivolved. I then waited for Meramon to fade away. I started over with a Yuramon, digivolved to Tanemon, then Palmon, then Vegiemon, and I made sure that my Tamer level went up when digivolving to Vegiemon. I also made sure that I trained at least 10 times on all the pieces of equipment at the Green Gym when I had Yuramon and Tanemon, because training on the same piece of equipment with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon 10 times results in the stat boost that you get being increased, so you effectively like upgrade the piece of equipment. Training 10 times on the piece of equipment that boosts HP, training 10 times on that will increase the like HP stat boost that you get from training HP. Same with the one that trains your attack, speed, defense, and MP. And training MP and upgrading that is what upgrades the brains. I don't think if you like repeatedly train your brains, I don't think you upgrade the piece of equipment. I think you have to train your MP in order to do that, and it also upgrades the piece of equipment that boosts MP as well. So I did that to increase the stat boost that I would get from training. I made sure my Tamer level went up every time I digivolved to a Champion Digimon, because that meant starting off with slightly better stats when starting over with a new baby Digimon, because I would let Vegiemon fade away, start over with another Yuramon, digivolve through to Vegiemon. From having a higher Tamer level, I was starting off with better stats. By upgrading the gym, I was getting bigger stat boosts when training, and eventually I was able to get good enough stats in order to digivolve to Piximon, where I was able to learn all the earth techniques. And when I was done, I allowed Piximon to fade away, where I then started over with a Yuramon once again, digivolved through to Piximon, maximised my attack, and then got myself into the position that I was in when I started this playthrough. So when I started, I hadn't recruited any Digimon, not even Agumon, nor had I left the File City. And I'm now going to the... I'm heading for the Amida Forest, but I'm not just aiming to recruit Centarumon, I'm also aiming to collect 3 specific items from the Amida Forest. Those 3 items being Happy Mushroom, High Speed Disc, and Mouldy Meat. And I'm not going to recruit Centarumon until I successfully obtain those 3 items. And seeing as Piximon is 15, and there's a fair bit of work that needs to be done before Piximon fades away, I decided not to let Piximon sleep, because time is very valuable, and instead of sleeping, the time could be spent making progress towards what needs to be done before Piximon fades away, and progress towards what needs to be done before moving on to Sukamon. So I keep Piximon awake, and when the clock is about to strike a new hour, I make sure I produce an animation of some sort, because when you enter a new hour and your Digimon wants to sleep and you don't let it sleep, your happiness and discipline goes down when you enter the new hour, But to avoid this issue, if you produce an animation of some sort when you enter the new hour, then it stops your happiness and discipline from going down. There are different ways you can produce an animation. You can praise your Digimon, scold your Digimon, offer your Digimon an item. You saw not long ago that I praised Piximon, and I'm going to be doing other animations to stop my happiness and discipline from going down when reaching new hours. Okay, well, none of the items, so I deliberately go to the wrong exit so that I get sent back to the start, and then I proceed through the forest once again. Here I produce another animation. By praising, it does cause my discipline to go down, but my happiness goes up, and if I didn't produce an animation, then happiness and discipline would both go down, so it's better to praise or scold so that only one goes down whereas the other goes up. And I have now decided to speed the video up, and I can't go to the correct exit. The exit on the left, that's the correct exit, I can't go to that, so I have to go to one of the others, which requires getting shot. The exit on the left I can go to no problem, I can go over to it without getting shot. But the middle exit and the exit on the right, in order to go to those exits, I have to get shot. So if I'm aiming to go to the wrong exit, it's easiest if the exit on the left is a wrong exit, because I can go to it no problem. If it's the correct exit, then I have to get shot so that I'm able to go to one of the two other exits. Of course, when I eventually get the items that I need, and then I will then be in a position where I want to recruit Centaurimon, and so I'll then want to go to the correct exit, and ideally the exit on the left will be the correct one when I find myself in that position. Yeah, so at the moment I'm just carrying on in pursuit of a happy mushroom. I have found, high-speed disc and mouldy meat, so now I'm continuing to go through the emitter forest solely for a happy mushroom. And as you can see, I've had to briefly leave the emitter forest because Piximon needs the toilet. I don't have any portable potties, so I have to take him to the toilet. I can't have Piximon messing on the floor because the virus gorge is only one away from being full, so messing on the floor would result in Piximon digivolving to Sukamon, and I don't currently want Sukamon because there's more stuff that needs to be done first. So I now just return to the emitter forest, where I will continue the hunt for a a happy mushroom. That time I choose to scold Piximon to produce an animation, because my happiness was very high, so I thought that a scold made more sense than a praise. So I'm just going to be doing more of the same, keep doing what I was doing until a happy mushroom shows up. When I do get shot, my HP is going down to 1, so I'm then having to give Piximon, I'm then having to recover Piximon's HP with a small HP recovery, because if you only have 1 HP, you can't explore the emitter forest. Your character stops you from being able to do that, so I have to recover HP in order to be able to explore the emitter forest. And I chose to discard the portable potty as I thought that an autopilot would be of more value. Gotten a fair few autopilots out of it, gotten a fair few other items. Still haven't got the main item that I'm after though, which is a happy mushroom. But all these items will come in handy. If they have no useful purpose, then they will be sold for money. So, you know, none of these items are a waste. And a happy mushroom has now shown up. I have to make space in my inventory in order to be able to collect it, and so I decide to create a space by giving my small HP recoveries to Piximon. Instead of simply discarding them, it seemed more efficient to give them to Piximon, so I was at least benefiting from the effects that they have. And since the correct exit is in the middle, I do have to get shot in order to make it to the correct exit. So that made recovering HP more of a logical thing to do, because otherwise if I hadn't recovered my HP to the point where I was able to withstand getting shot once, then I would have returned to the beginning. But I recovered my HP to the extent where I was able to withstand getting shot once. So the reason why I was keen to collect those 3 items is because the mouldy meat helps with recruiting Vegiemon. In order to recruit Vegiemon, you have to go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold, and then your Digimon has to become sick, and then you get rescued by Vegiemon. And if you return to Vegiemon with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold, then Vegiemon joins the city afterwards. The easiest way to get sick in Friesland is to give your Digimon a mouldy meat. That always makes your Digimon sick. So by having a mouldy meat, if I go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate the cold, give it a mouldy meat, the Digimon will become sick, and will then get rescued by Vegiemon, and that will be the first step towards recruiting Vegiemon. As for the high-speed disc and happy mushroom, they are 2 items which are needed for Vegiemon trades. There are 3 Vegiemons in Friesland who all want 3 items, and they will they will trade with you. They will give you items in exchange for the items that you give them. There are 9 different items in total. In order to recruit Vegiemon, you have to trade at least 1 of each item with all 3 of the different Vegiemons. So there are a total of 9 different items that are needed. High-speed disc and happy mushroom are 2 of those items. So I wanted to collect those items from the Amida Forest so that I could trade them with the Vegiemons in the Friesland, which will go towards recruiting Vegiemon. In order for Yuramon to mention about the invisible bridge, we need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points. You get 1 prosperity point for recruiting a rookie, 2 for recruiting a champion, 3 for recruiting an ultimate. The only exception with Champion Digimon is the 3 Filth Digimon, Sukamon, Yuramon and Tanemon, who only get you 1 prosperity point, as they're not considered to be very useful. We recruited Agumon, that's 1 prosperity point. Palmon brings it up to 2. Piximon brings it up to 3. Centaurimon brings it up to 5. Colamon brings it up to 7. So we have enough prosperity points in order for Yuramon to mention about the invisible bridge. Although Yuramon isn't currently active, I believe that Yuramon doesn't become active until 7 AM. So we've got a fair few hours before Yuramon will show up, so we're not currently able to speak to Yuramon. But if we speak to Centaurimon, that will result in Unimon appearing in Mount Panorama, and by resting we pass a bit of time while also recovering HP and MP and making sure that our tiredness is at its minimum. In order for Unimon to show at Mount Panorama, you have to recruit Centaurimon, you have to speak to Centaurimon in the clinic so that your character is aware of the clinic, and then Unimon will show in Mount Panorama. You have to give him, well, he's injured, so you have to give him an item that will help with his injury. Either a bandage, medicine, HP recovery item. I think they all do the job. That helps Unimon a bit, and then your character mentions about a clinic in the city. So Unimon then goes to, well, Unimon then joins the city. So I had to speak to Centaurimon in order for Unimon to show up in Mount Panorama, and I decided that it made sense to rest as well. You saw that I went to the item shop and sold items that weren't of any importance, and I also sold the excess mouldy meats and high-speed discs because I only need 1 in order to do what needs to be done. and I now decided to put everything into the item bank apart from the stuff that I plan on selling. So the stuff in my inventory is all stuff that I plan on selling, whereas the rest of the stuff in the inventory is stuff that I plan to hold on to. Out of the 2 bandages, I decided to sell one. The other bandage is to be used to aid Yuramon in Mount Panorama. Now, I then purchase medium HPs because they are going to come in very handy with the Vegiemon trades. When I explore through the game, I do look out for Digimushrooms. Those are items. Well, Digimushroom is one of the items that's needed for a Vegiemon trade, and in exchange for Digimushrooms you get medium HPs, which is a very good trade. Medium HPs cost 500 bits to purchase, and they recover your HP by 1500. Even better still, there's a different Vegiemon who wants medium HPs, and by trading medium HPs with him, you get super defense discs, which can be sold for 2000 bits. So the reason why I look out for Digimushrooms is in the interest of trading them for medium HPs and then super defense discs, and the reason why I purchased a load of medium HPs was to trade them for super defense discs, and by selling the super defense discs I will make a substantial profit. So we're only a few minutes away from when Yuramon shows up. Okay, we have now entered the hour, so speak to Yuramon and then we can make it across the invisible bridge and explore Great Canyon and the areas that are beyond that. I will be going to Friesland. I will be trading items with the Vegiemons. So in my inventory I have the high speed disc, I have the happy mushroom, I also have Digimushrooms and medium HPs. I don't have the mouldy meat on me. That's something that I plan to see to with a different Digimon. And from there we can head to the Misty Trees, Gecko Swamp, Gear Savannah, and we can hopefully put ourselves in a position where we have the amazing rod. If I was to talk more about the grinding that I did prior to starting this playthrough, you have to remember that I simply loaded a save file from previously, so the grinding was done quite a long time ago, but I can remember it. And when I digivolved to a Champion Digimon, I always made sure that my Tamer level went up. When you digivolve to a natural champion, I think there's about a 50% chance of your Tamer level going up. So when I Digivolved, if my Tamer level went up, then that was great and I would carry on. If my Tamer level didn't go up, then I would reload from where I last saved, and I would make it up to the Digivolution, so that I would Digivolve again, and if the Tamer level went up when Digivolving, I would carry on. If not, then I would reset again, and I would keep doing it until my Tamer level eventually went up when Digivolving. And to try and produce a different result, on the hour before Digivolving, I would do something like praise or scold my Digimon to try and produce a different result. Because if you keep reloading and keep doing the exact same thing, I think the outcome remains the same. I think you have to do something differently in order to create the opportunity for a different outcome. And so I went about that. Well, if it came down to it, then I would, on like the hour before Digivolving, praise my Digimon. If Tamer level still didn't go up after Digivolving, then reload, and then the hour before Digivolving, scold my Digimon. If that didn't work either, then reload, and then like praise twice or scold twice. Just keep doing something differently until the Tamer level eventually went up. And with upgrading the gym equipment, it was pretty easy. Just train HP 10 times with Yuramon or Tanemon, train MP 10 times, attack 10 times, speed, defense 10 times, and eventually the gym was fully upgraded. The upgrade is something that can only be done once, though. You can do it once to each piece of equipment in the interest of increasing the stat boost that you get, but you can only do it once. You can only increase the HP boost once. The same with MP, brains, attack, defense, and speed. So I'm heading for the Vegiemons. I will also be challenging Penguinmon to curling. I aim to do the necessary trades with the Vegiemons, and then from there head to the Misty Trees. And I didn't want to get into a battle, but with the attack that we've got plus bug, it shouldn't be too difficult to win. Okay, that really wasn't any challenge at all. From the Misty Trees, I aim to make it through to the Gecko Swamp, then Gear Savannah, go to Trash Mountain to collect the Old Rod and recruit Sukamon, back to Gear Savannah, recruit Biomon and Aletmon, go to the secret shop in Gear Savannah so that I get cards, Digimon cards, that come to the value of 300 merit points. Defeat Tanemon so that I have access to the Volume Villa. Trade the cards so that I get the merit points, and then use those merit points to get the amazing rod. And then I will be returning to the city by travelling through Mount Panorama, and I can recruit Yuramon and also acknowledge the crop circle, which will be the first initial step towards recruiting Vegiemon. I want to do most of the game with Sukamon with maxed stats, and so when it comes to Digimon who you have to defeat in battle, I want to defeat most of them with Sukamon, because that's what this playthrough is about. It's about doing the game with Sukamon with maxed stats. It's just unfortunate that some initial stuff has to be done, and well, so I don't want to do too much recruiting with Piximon, but I'm more okay with recruiting the Digimon who you are able to recruit without any battling being involved. Because it's like Penguinmon, in order to recruit him, you don't have to do any battles, you just have to win against him in curling, and so the Digimon that you've got really doesn't make any difference at all. So I'm more okay with recruiting Digimon with Piximon if it's Digimon who you can recruit without needing to do any battles, because it doesn't really matter if I use Piximon or Sukamon. What I'm not so okay with is the battles. Is recruiting Digimon with Piximon where battling is required, because I want to do as much of the battles as possible with Sukamon. And if I remember correctly, Agumon, Palmon and Tanemon are the only Digimon who I defeat with Piximon. All of the other Digimon I defeat with Sukamon. So only 3 Digimon get defeated with Piximon during the initial parts of this playthrough. The rest is all done with Sukamon. The Digimon who I'm choosing to recruit, some of them I'm specifically choosing to recruit with Piximon because they will help out with when I'm working towards maximising my stats with Sukamon. For example, Vegiemon and Centarumon, I explained why that would be helpful. Some of the recruits make no difference at all, and I just choose to see to them because I have to go to the area that they're in, and I just take the view that it makes sense to recruit them since the opportunity is there. Like with Penguinmon, I had to go near him when heading for the Vegiemon, so I thought it just made sense to recruit him as well. And if I had to battle him to recruit him, then that would be different. I'd want to do that with Sukamon, but since no battles are required, I really didn't think it made much difference. So I want to trade every Digimushroom that I've got for a medium HP. That's been done. The only item that Vegiemon requires now is a Super Carrot. Easiest way to get one of those is by purchasing it from Vegiemon after you recruit Vegiemon. Something that can't be done until day 15, which for us I believe is only tomorrow. Okay, that Vegiemon only needs a black trout, something that a fish that can easily be caught from the Dragon Eye Lake. And here I trade all of my medium HPs for super defense discs, which I will then sell. I'm still going to need to trade a Digi-Anchovy and Omni Floppy with that Vegiemon. The Digi-Anchovy is a fish that we can catch very easily. Omni Floppy, well, interestingly, Omni Floppy is the item that you get from the Vegiemon that wants a Super Carrot. When you trade a Super Carrot with that Vegiemon, you get an Omni Floppy in return. So by trading the Super Carrot, we will get an Omni Floppy, which we can trade with the Vegiemon that wants an Omni Floppy, and then that just leaves the two fish. Yeah, when I do all that needs to be done with Piximon, I then let Piximon fade away so that I can start over with a new Digimon. And before I Digivolve to Sukamon, there are some more requirements that I have to fulfill, which do get shown in this video, but only very briefly. I only show a few clips of me doing the most significant stuff. When I start over with a new Digimon, I make sure that I get rescued by Vegiemon, because I choose the green egg so that Bottomon is the Digimon that I start off with. He digivolves to Koromon. I go to Freezeland with Koromon, make Koromon sick, get rescued by Vegiemon. That's the first step towards Vegiemon sorted. Koromon digivolves to Agumon, then Numamon. With Numamon, I make sure I learn all of the Filth techniques by training my brains. That will help massively with when I have Sukamon, because all the Filth techniques will be learnt. I then go to Toy Town with Numamon, digivolve to Muncimon, speak to the robot Digimon, so that the door that leads towards Muncimon will get unlocked. I then leave, and I then pretty much just pass the time until Muncimon fades away. Then I start over with another baby Digimon, and I have it mess on the floor as quickly as possible. So I then digivolve to Sukamon, and then that's when the grinding with Sukamon starts. I already have all of the Filth techniques thanks to Numamon, so it's just a case of maximising my stats with Sukamon, keeping him alive with Digi-Seabasses, and then the playthrough continues after all the grinding is done, when I've got Sukamon with max stats and all of his techniques. When I go to Toy Town with Numamon, I also take the liberty of recruiting Vegiemon. That's something else which helps a lot with the grinding with Sukamon. When you give your Digimon a super carrot or hawk radish, the effects only last until you eat something else. However, eating at the restaurant doesn't remove the effects that you get from a super carrot or hawk radish. So eating at the restaurant with Sukamon when he wants to eat is a very useful thing to do, because it stops us from losing the effects of a super carrot and hawk radish. Not to mention that Vegimon's foods also boost your MP and speed, which will go towards maximising our stats. Since I've got loads of super defense discs, I can make quite a bit of money from them, and so I'm no longer worried about Digimushrooms, because I've got more than enough money to buy plenty of medium HPs, and then I can trade them for super defense discs and sell the super defense discs and make a huge profit. Okay, here's Vegiemon. Vegiemon and Yuramon open up a much more... Well, Vegiemon works at an item shop, as does Yuramon, but it's a lot more impressive than the item shop that Colamon and Betamon work at. It has a lot more items available, so the recruitment of Vegiemon and Alepmon is something else that will help out a lot because of the items that we are able to get during the grinding. When I do start, like after Piximon fades away and I move on to the next load of grinding, I do also repeatedly go to Freezeland and trade medium HPs for super defense discs, sell the super defense discs, buy more medium HPs, and keep going like that until I max out my money. So let's see. Medicine can go. Bandage is needed for Yuramon, but the super defense discs were not needed, nor was the prickly pear. Defense chip I need, hair grower I don't. By 98 medium HPs, not 99, by 98, because there's a medium HP in the Mount Panorama, which will bring your total of 98 up to 99. 30 points, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Now I need to buy packs of 3 until I have 300 merit points. Well, the value of 300 merit points. So 100, 130, 160, 170, 180, 190, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 280, 290, 295, 305, 300, I just double check just to make sure it is 300. It is. So Demi Meramon and all of the cards below can be sold because I don't need the merit points that you get from them. Okay, that's us done here. We have Digimon cards that can be turned into 300 merit points, which we can then use to get the amazing rod. So from here we now head back to the Gecko Swamp, and we will battle Tanemon, and then afterwards we will have access to the volume villa. That will result in us being able to make it up to Cherrymon and then having access to Toy Town. But more initially it will help out because we will be able to get the amazing rod from Shogun Gekomon. Just have to hope that trying to get Tanemon to show up doesn't prove to be too frustrating. We're doing okay for time, so I decide to let Piximon sleep. I was confident that I would have enough time to do all that needs to be done with Piximon before he fades away, so I let him sleep. And no Tanemon, so we have to leave and try again. And he has now shown up. I believe that's the last Digimon that we are going to be defeating with Piximon. I think that the next Digimon that we defeat, we are going to be defeating with Sukamon. That, of course, is not including any random Digimon battles that I might accidentally get into. I'm just focusing on the significant battles. So you have to speak to this Geckomon who mentions about Digimon cards, then speak to Shogun Geckomon. That's all of our cards used up. So we now have the amazing rod. And to catch Digi-Sea-Basses, you have to catch black trouts first, and then use the black trouts to catch Digi-Sea-Basses. I use meat to catch black trouts. So use meat to catch black trouts, then use the black trouts that you caught to catch Digi-Sea-Basses. But that's not something that is relevant yet. I'm not going to be catching any sea basses with Piximon as my Digimon. That's something that doesn't happen until I have Sukamon and am grinding with Sukamon. So just head downwards until we get to Mount Panorama. Originally you wouldn't be able to go from the native forest to Mount Panorama because there would be a load of boulders blocking the way. There's only two ways you can clear the boulders. One of them is to battle the Meramon in the lava cave, and afterwards the boulders will be cleared. Alternatively, enter Mount Infinity the way we have just done. So go through Great Canyon, Freeze Land, Misty Trees, etc, etc, until you get to Gear Savannah, and go from Gear Savannah to Mount Panorama like we did. And then by going from Mount Panorama to the native forest, you will be able to go through without any problem, and then when you appear in the native forest, the boulders will no longer be there. That's the two different ways that you can clear the boulders, so that in the future you would be able to go from the native forest to Mount Panorama, and you wouldn't have to go the long way round involving Freeze Land, Misty Trees and the places like that. So medium recovery puts us up to 99 medium recoveries. We get another medium MP, get various. Use our unvaluable bandage to aid Yuramon, and he'll work at the item shop with Biomon. So it's day 15, which means that the rain plant will be available for us to collect. But as well as collecting the rain plant, we also have to speak to Tanemon who mentions about a strange plant growing in the tropical jungle, and Tanemon is currently sleeping. I think 7 AM is when she becomes active, so we've got a number of hours before we can speak to Tanemon about the plant in the tropical jungle. In order for Tanemon to mention about the plant, I think you need a minimum of 9 prosperity points. We've certainly got more than 9. Agumon, Palmon, Betamon, Colamon, Centauramon, Barkamon, Penguinmon, Sukamon, Biomon, Lepmon, Unimon. That's 15 prosperity points that I can think of. Vegiemon MPs can stay in the item bank, as can the various, and the defense chip. Yeah, the item chips that I got a brain chip for defeating Palmon, a defense chip which I found at the Great Canyon. Those item chips are to be given to Sukamon as a way of helping him reach maximum stats. Yeah, they'll give him a small stat boost, so it will speed up maximising stats with Sukamon. And we just need to go to the tropical jungle so that we can go to the plant, use the rain plant, and then recruit Vegiemon. For that, I'm just going to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch the 2 fish which are needed for Vegiemon trades. So that just leaves a Super Carrot and Omni Floppy needed for the Vegiemon trades. But we effectively get both of those items by just getting the Super Carrot, because we'll get an Omni Floppy from trading the Super Carrot. Vegiemon upgrades the meat farm, so you get sirloins instead of giant meats. I'll need to purchase a Super Carrot and reserve it in the item bank, as well as buying separate Super Carrots and Hawk Radishes when I have Sukamon, because they will increase the stat boost that Sukamon gets from training, which will help with maximising our stats, along with the item chips that we've got in the item bank. I believe that brings us up to 17 prosperity points, and that is Piximon's usefulness over. So we now want Piximon to fade away so we can start afresh with a new Digimon. In the meantime, we can help ourselves to sirloins and get the super carrot. We're not too far away from needing the mouldy meat, so would it make sense to take that out? Since we've got meat and giant meat, I thought that we don't currently need sirloins in our inventory as well, so put them into the item bank. We are in a position where we could recruit Vegiemon, but it wouldn't be wise to, and my controller started to play up, but it's okay. It wouldn't be wise to, because recruiting Vegiemon would result in Ninjamon appearing on the Digimon bridge, and since we need to make multiple trips to the Freeze Land and the surrounding areas, it wouldn't be wise to put ourselves into a position where Ninjamon is going to show up on the Digimon bridge. Vegiemon is one of the Digimon who works at the secret item shop in the city, and having the secret item shop set up is what causes Ninjamon to spawn on the Digimon bridge. So we're just training as a way of passing the time. And Piximon is now fading away, so we can move on to the next bit of grinding. There is a fair bit of work that needs to be done before moving on to Sukamon, but for you viewers, Sukamon is not far away at all due to edits being made and most of the grinding getting cut out. So this is me going to Freeze Land with Koromon, and I'm going to make him sick with a mouldy meat. And we now get rescued by Vegiemon. You can probably tell by looking at my inventory that I have quite a lot of items, and that came from making money from the Vegiemon trades. You know, I had repeatedly done a load of trading with the Vegiemons, medium HPs for super defense discs, sell the super defense discs and repeat the process. So the initial part of Vegiemon is done. Then I return with Numamon while I'm heading to Toy Town. Numamon can tolerate the cold, so Vegimon's now joined the city. I think that's 19 prosperity points. And from here I go to Toy Town. Well, Misty Trees first, speak to the Cherrymon. Go to Toy Town and Digivolve to Muncimon, then speak to the Robot Digimon so that he unlocks the door leading towards Wuru Muncimon. By this point I had already learnt all of the Filth techniques with Numamon, so that they'd be available when Digivolve into Sukamon in the following life. Because once we're done with Muncimon, we're then going to just wait for Muncimon to fade away and then start over with a new baby Digimon who will Digivolve to Sukamon ASAP. By this stage I think I had done most of the money grinding, the trade-in with the Vegiemons, the medium HPs for super defense discs. I think I had done most of the the money grinding, so that I had plenty of useful items, which I think most of them had been reserved in the item bank, as well as having plenty of money for anything else that it might be needed for. When I'm done in here, I believe it then skips to when I have Sukamon, but without doing the grinding with Sukamon. So in other words, without maximising my stats, and without catching the Digi-Seabasses, because there was something that I was keen to do with Sukamon at the earliest opportunity. You can see I'm here, I now have Sukamon as my Digimon, and I've entered the Grey Lord's mansion. This is without maximising my stats or doing any of that sort of grinding with Sukamon. Sukamon is a virus Digimon, which means that he can enter Grey Lord's mansion, and I decided to go to Grey Lord's mansion early with Sukamon, before the grinding, just to do the initial bits of Grey Lord's mansion, where we rescue Myotismon for the first time. It doesn't require any battles or anything like that, and the reason why I wanted to do this was because there are quite a few items in Grey Lord's mansion, including item chips, 2 brain chips and an MP chip, and I wanted the benefit of having those item chips because it would help with the grinding. The brain chips from here, plus the brain chip that Palmon dropped, would mean boosting my brains by 150. The MP chip would mean boosting my MP by 500, and the defense chip from the Great Canyon would mean boosting my defense by 50. And I wanted, the benefits of those item chips before having to do all the training, because it would give me a small head start. But this is the Sukamon that I will be doing the rest of the game with. And I had no objection with him declining the first brain chip, because that gave me a reason to scold him and boost his discipline. So it's actually kind of helpful if the Digimon declines an item. That's kind of what I want. Yeah, when my discipline is in need of improving, or at least could improve. Yeah, while doing all the grinding, one thing that I do have to watch out for is Digivolutions. After having Sukamon for 10 days, I have to completely avoid praising him or scolding him, because that can result in you Digivolving to Vegiemon. So throughout like, when you see me, with Sukamon with max stats doing the rest of the game, I have to completely avoid praises and scolds, because that could result in him Digivolving to Vegiemon, and I also have to make sure that I don't fulfill 3 of the requirements which are needed for Digivolving to Etemon. Since my stats are going to be maxed out, I obviously will fulfill the stat requirement for Etemon, but due to all of the Digi-Sea-Basses that I'm going to be giving Sukamon, plus other items as well, plus eating at the restaurant and all stuff like that, his weight is going to be well over the requirement for Etemon, so I won't fulfill the weight requirement. I think the bonus condition is to have a minimum of 50 battles. Obviously I'm not going to have any battles with Sukamon while grinding, and although I will get into battles when doing the rest of the game after the grinding, I was reasonably confident that the number of battles would stay under 50. I have a feeling having a certain number of techniques is also a bonus requirement for Etemon, but the number of techniques that we had was nowhere near the limit, so I didn't have to worry about the bonus condition. As for care mistakes, I have to be honest, I don't actually know what the requirement is when it comes to care mistakes for Etemon. I had one resource tell me that there's no limit to care mistakes and you can have as many as you want. Another resource told me that you can't have a single care mistake, so I really wasn't sure about that. But not fulfilling the weight requirement or the bonus condition would be enough for me to not Digivolve to Etamon, because that would mean only fulfilling a maximum of 2 requirements. The stat requirement would be a certainty, care mistake requirement possibly, but that's only 2 requirements you have to fulfill 3 in order to Digivolve. You saw that I collected 2 sirloins. That's just because until you give the sirloin to my Altismon, the sirloin in the cemetery keeps spawning, which means that you can collect as many as you want, and it's not until after giving a sirloin to my Altismon that you can no longer collect any. So rather than just collect 1, I like to collect 2, give 1 to my Altismon, the sirloins will no longer spawn, but I'll still have 1 in my inventory, and I then put it into the item bank because I like to have an item that I don't think you're meant to be able to have. So once we're done speaking to my Altismon, we will be done with the first bit of Greylord's Mansion. The next bit won't be possible until after recruiting Shalmon and having a minimum of 40 prosperity points, I believe. So from here, I just return to the city. And I think it then cuts forward to when all of the grinding with Sukamon is complete. So here we are, the screen is loading. We have Sukamon, it's year 6, day 9, 99 Digi-Seabasses, 99 medicines, 99 autopilots, 99 portable potties. Happiness and discipline are very good, virus gorge is empty, all of our stats are at the maximum, age 39, weight 99, 9,999 HP and MP, 999 attack, defense, speed and brains. We have all of the Filth techniques learnt, and the ones that we've got equipped are Ultimate Poop Bomb, Giant Poop Throw and Quick Poop Throw. The Tamer Level still at the maximum, had 9 raised Digimon, maximum money, been playing for 21.5 hours, got the 2 rods, 3 medals, the Digimon that I had before, plus Bottomon, Koramon, Numamon, Sukamon, Muncymon. 3 medals, 1 for maximising stats, 1 for maximising money, 1 for catching 100 fish. The only card we've got is the card of us, and we do also have some items in the item bank. And it looks like the game is being slow, but the screen loads. So we have 99 large recoveries, medium MPs, various, 1 protective floppy, 99 sirloins, a super carrot, digi-anchovy, black trout, the mansion key, plus the Myotismon sirloin. I take out the variouses, but I consider HP and MP recovery items to be unnecessary at the moment due to how good our stats are, plus the fact that Digi-Seabasses completely recover HP and MP, as well as prolonging your Digimon's lifespan. So from here, we are going to be doing the rest of the game with Sukamon with maxed stats. Being a virus Digimon, will be able to enter Greylord's Mansion no problem. Despite the fact that Sukamon isn't a vaccine type, we can still enter Ice Sanctuary thanks to a glitch, which enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon. Since we spoke to the robot Digimon with Muncimon, we will be able to make it up to Waru Muncimon in Toy Town with Sukamon as our Digimon in this lifespan without any difficulty. Vegiemon has been recruited, as has Vegiemon, so we don't have to wait until day 15 for a rain plant. We should be able to just make it through the rest of the game without any obvious obstacles, and you can see how well Sukamon does in this battle against Digivolve. That was easy enough, and having defeated that Digivolve, we can now speak to the other Digivolve, who will now give us the opportunity to carry dirt, and regardless of whether or not we accept, we will later be able to have access to the lava cave. If you choose not to carry dirt, then after speaking to the Digivolve, if you return 5 days later, he would have done the digging that he needs to do, and you would be able to enter the lava cave. Alternatively, if you choose to do the dirt carrying, then the Digivolve will be done digging pretty much straight after you do all the dirt carrying, and you have to carry 10 bits of dirt in total, and I speed the video up because it's not very exciting, just me carrying dirt, going to the exit, dumping the dirt, and then returning. So I speed the video up, and for some reason Sukamon signaled for food and then stopped pretty much straight away, which was strange, but whatever. I do have to give Sukamon Digi-Sea-Basses in order to keep him alive, otherwise he'll fade away. And I won't be able to do all of the dirt carrying in one go, because Sukamon will end up becoming too tired, but I should at least be able to do the majority of it, and then after resting, be able to do the rest. And when you make it into the lava cave, to begin with, there is a large boulder blocking the way, and the requirement for being able to move it is to have either a Champion Digimon or an Ultimate Digimon. Sukamon, being a champion, will be able to move the boulder. So we have now got to the point where Sukamon is too tired to do any more, so I return to the city with an autopilot. And by resting at the clinic, we should be able to land ourselves in a position where we can do the rest of the dirt carrying and then move on to the lava cave. And I was having problems with my game where it would frequently take a long time for the screen to load when going into a new area, and I was a bit concerned by it. And I think after resting, I then go to Vegimon's house and then save, and then I switch the console off and C to the disc, and I think I was then okay afterwards and didn't encounter any further problems. Yeah, all of the Digi-Sea basses came from catching black trouts which were caught with meats, and the meat I just bought from the item shop. The sirloins came from Vegiemon. The portable potties and autopilots were just purchased from the item shop. Same with the large recoveries, medium MPs, various, and the money to purchase all of these items came from repeatedly trading medium HPs with the Moldramon in exchange for super defense discs, and then selling the super defense discs. As for the medicines, we didn't buy them from Centauromon. Instead, we purchased 99 high-speed discs from the item shop and then traded them with the Moldramon who wants high-speed discs, and in return he gives you medicine, and that's where my 99 medicines came from. The Yuramon mentioned about bandits, so when we go to Great Canyon, Agumon will show up, and if we recruit Moldramon, which we are currently able to do, then that will cause Ninjamon to show up on the Digimon Bridge, and go into Dino Region and recruiting Tyrannomon will result in us being able to speak to Tanemon for the first time, who will drop the key item that will enable us to carry 20 items instead of 10. In the meantime, I wanted to prioritize the drill tunnel and the lava cave, because in order to recruit Moldramon, after you defeat Meramon in the lava cave, you have to speak to the Moldramon, and then you have to return 3 days later and he'll be done digging, and he'll then join the city afterwards. And I wanted to get the ball rolling with the 3 days as soon as possible, because with you know, the stats that we've got and the techniques as well as other circumstances, you know, we should make it through the game quickly, and so we want those 3 days to end as soon as possible. And the digging is now done, so if we simply leave and come back, then Moldramon will be done and Lava Cave will be available to us. But before we can do anything, we have to battle Meramon, and then afterwards the rest of the lava cave will be ours to explore. There's a handful of items, plus the Vegiemon that I mentioned, who you have to speak to. It's not very often that Sukamon would be described as a Digimon who kicks ass, and it's not very often that he would kick ass. But I suppose that if there's any hope for Sukamon to ever kick ass, then this video would surely be the closest thing you're ever going to get. Maximum stats, all of the filth techniques, all of the items that could be of use. That is about the best you can do, really. So yes, if Sukamon is ever going to kick ass, then this is it. This is the video. And my inspiration for this came from my Sukamon Solo Playthroughs, as well as my Overpowered Runs. I think it was back in 2020 I uploaded a Sukamon Solo where I was only allowed, well, I completed the game, Digimon World, but I was only allowed to make progress with Sukamon. I was only allowed to recruit Digimon with Sukamon. I was only allowed to make progress towards recruitment when using Sukamon, and I did manage to complete the challenge, and I finished with 92 prosperity points. The reason why it wasn't 100 was because I wasn't able to recruit Vegiemon with just Sukamon. At the time, I wasn't aware of the glitch that enables you to enter Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, so I also hadn't recruited Agumon, nor had I also wasn't able to recruit Muncymon or Nanemon due to Toy Town being off limits, since Sukamon was the only Digimon that I was using. And then more recently, I did another Sukamon Solo playthrough where I had to use Sukamon for most of it, but I was allowed to use other Digimon when they were required, because I did another Sukamon Solo when I wanted to make it up to 100 prosperity points while using Sukamon for most of it, and I was forced to very briefly use other Digimon just so that I would be able to make it up to 100 prosperity points. Okay, with Greymon defeated, when we go to Beetle Land, we will be able to recruit Terimon, as well as being able to recruit Agumon, but that's not relevant until after we recruit Xiaomon. Yeah, the first Sukamon Solo demonstrated that you can get 92 prosperity points without the use of any other Digimon, and then in the 100 prosperity point Sukamon Solo challenge, I obviously achieved those same 92 prosperity points, but I also used the glitch to enter Ice Sanctuary with Sukamon, so that I was able to recruit Agumon, so 94 prosperity points. I made sure that I went to Freeze Land with a Digimon who couldn't tolerate the cold and made it sick, so that Vegiemon rescued us, and then I returned to Vegiemon with Sukamon, and Vegiemon joined the city. I also made sure that I had a rookie Digimon who Digivolved to Meramon, and I went to Toy Town, Digivolved to Muncimon, spoke to the robot Digimon so that the door that leads towards Muncimon was unlocked, and then with Sukamon I defeated Muncimon, recruited Muncimon, and I was also able to speak to Tanemon at Toy Town, which meant that he joined the city as well, and I managed 100 prosperity points where I virtually only used Sukamon. Those were the Sukamon Solo Playthroughs, and then I also did 4 different Overpowered Runs for this game, where I did... Okay, it seems Digi-Seabasses are no good, so I'll have to find a Digi-Mushroom or something. Yeah, Overpowered Runs, where I completed the game earning 100 prosperity points while using... while having maximum stats for most of it, and having maximum attack for all of it, as well as having an ultimate Digimon who had a technique or a number of techniques that I considered to be overpowered. In the first Overpowered run, I used Piximon and Bug for most of it, but also used Vegiemon and Bug for a bit of it. In the second Overpowered run, I used Piximon and Bug for a bit of it, and then used Meramon and Ice Statue for most of it. In the third Overpowered run, I used Piximon and Bug for a bit of it, Etamon and Thunderbolt and Megalospark for the rest of it, and then the fourth Overpowered run, I used Piximon and Bug for a bit of it, and then Digivolve and Prominence Beam and Meltdown for most of it. And then this idea of doing a Sukamon, doing most of the game with Sukamon with maxed stats, the inspiration for that idea came from the Sukamon solos and the Overpowered runs. It put me up to the idea of doing most of the game with Sukamon, with maxed stats, all of the Filth techniques, plus all of the items that would realistically be needed. And you can see I've chosen to go to the Dino region because I want to speak to Tanemon as soon as possible, because I want to have the advantage of being able to carry 20 items instead of just 10. I would like to point out, though, that this is not intended as an Overpowered run. You know, I don't consider this to be an Overpowered run due to the fact that I am using Sukamon, after all. This is intended as a video of me doing most of the game with Sukamon and having the Sukamon being as good as Sukamon is capable of being. This is meant to be just me doing the game with, you know, Sukamon being the best that he can realistically be. Because even with all the stats and techniques and items, you have to be realistic with how good a Sukamon is capable of being. So this is just intended as a video where I show you how good Sukamon can realistically be. That's what it's intended as. I mean, if you think of it as an Overpowered run, then I guess that's okay. I'm not going to, you know, dispute it, but I personally don't consider this to be an Overpowered run. Ultimately, though, the purpose of this video is to entertain. You know, I want the viewers to enjoy watching this. You know, I want the viewers to enjoy watching a playthrough of this game, which is also a very unique playthrough because it's me doing most of the game with Sukamon, but not any old Sukamon, a Sukamon with maxed stats, plus all of the Filth techniques, that's something that you don't often see. So having defeated Tanemon, we were able to explore the deeper parts of the Dino region, and here we have the battle against Meteormon. There is one bit of text that I do have to go through slowly. It's the bit where he says something along the lines of, "See ya, I'll go check out the island." I have to go through that bit of text slowly, but I speed the video up, as you can see, so that for you it was only very brief. The reason why I have to go through that bit of text slowly is because going through it at regular speed can cause my game to freeze, so to prevent my game from freezing, I go through that bit of text slowly. But I speed the video and get into a battle, which is annoying. I speed the video up so that you don't have to stare at the same bit of text any longer than you would like to. Well, I was able to win no problem, but I still don't want to be getting into irrelevant battles, because I'd rather be cracking on and making progress. Anyway, now that we've defeated Meteormon, if we go back and speak to Tanemon, then Tanemon will join the city afterwards. And that is also, I think that's also what results in Tanemon featuring in the Dino region. Tanemon features on the same spot that Meteormon was on, and I think recruiting Tanemon is what causes Tanemon to spawn. So after speaking to Tanemon and recruiting him, we'll then be returning to where Meteormon was, in the hope of Tanemon being there. We can speak to him. That will be the first of... well, out of the 5 locations that he features at, this will be our first time of speaking to him. So it will go 20% of the way to recruiting Tanemon, but since it's our first time of speaking to him, we'll also get the key item, which will enable us to carry 20 items instead of 10, which is a much wanted item. When you speak to him the second time, third time and fourth time, you don't get anything, but when you speak to him the fifth and final time, he drops yet another key item, which enables you to carry 30 items instead of 20. And now the Dino region's usefulness is over. Now, despite the fact that we can now carry twice as many items, I still don't want to be wasting inventory space, so those item chips belong in the item bank. Now, Agumon is a good Digimon to battle sooner rather than later, because the second Agumon battle sets you up for recruiting Shaomon, and you have to recruit Shaomon in order to be able to catch Seedramon, and I believe you get prosperity points for Seedramon too, since he's a champion, and that also results in you being able to access Beetle Land, where you can recruit Kawagumon plus Carbuterimon if you've already recruited Greymon, recruiting Shaomon also enables you to recruit Vegiemon and Skullgreymon. So recruiting Shaomon sets you up for recruiting quite a few other Digimon and getting a fair few prosperity points. Birdramon is near where Agumon is for the first two battles, so you can also tie Birdramon in with it. Birdramon is a useful recruit because she can take you anywhere in the game. And then the third Agumon battle is also very useful because Waymon joins the city afterwards, and Waymon takes you to Factorial Town, and then by going to Factorial Town you can recruit Andromon, Guromon, Numamon, Metal Mummemon, and it's also one of the locations that Nanemon features at as well. But you have to have the first Agumon battle in order to be able to have the second, obviously, and then after the second Agumon battle you can then have the third and fourth Agumon battle, and after the fourth Agumon battle, Agumon finally joins the city. But our focus is on the first Agumon battle. After beating him the first time, you then have access to the Ogre Fortress, where you face him for the second time, and Shaomon is not far from there, and nor is Birdramon. If you haven't had the first Agumon battle, then the Ogre Fortress is off limits. Firstly, the only way you can get near the Ogre Fortress without having the first Agumon battle is by falling off the cliff, which we are heading to. And that leads you to the lower parts of Ogre Fortress, and there's an Agumon who's guarding the entrance, and if you haven't had the first Agumon battle, then the Agumon will battle you, but then he'll run inside and close the entrance and you won't be able to access the Ogre Fortress. But by having the first Agumon battle, you can then use the elevator to go down to the lower parts of the Great Canyon instead of having to fall off the cliff. And when you speak to the Agumon, he will run inside, but you'll run in after him. And you'll then be inside the Ogre Fortress. Since we defeated Agumon, we didn't have to fall off the cliff in order to make it down here. We could have used the elevator instead, but I have a feeling that one of Agumon's hints is connected to the cliff, and the hint doesn't go away until after you fall off the cliff. And so I chose to fall off the cliff because I didn't want any irrelevant hints from Agumon getting in the way. Not to mention that the bandit music that plays, I have a feeling that if you return to where you had the... Okay, that was an awful attempt to avoid these Digimon. If you return to where you had the first Agumon battle, then I think the bandit music will continue to play and it doesn't stop until after you fall off the cliff. Having fallen off the cliff, there shouldn't be any hints from Agumon regarding it, and the Agumon theme music, the bandit music, whatever you want to call it, that shouldn't play in the area where you had the first Agumon battle. The music should have gone back to normal. I don't want to do the Agumon skip. Since we've got maximum stats, I would like to give Sukamon the opportunity to own these Digimon best he can. And it would make logical sense to not do the Goborimon skip for the same reason, and I was very pleased about that because I am awful at the Goborimon skip. I'm okay at the Agumon skip in here, but the Goboremon skip on the Great Canyon Bridge I am horrendous at. So I was glad to have an excuse to not have to do the Goboremon skip. Through the elevator, and next up will be Shelmon. So we're back to the Great Canyon. This is a bit of it that we haven't yet been to. Although we have been here before, because this is where the defense chip was, just on the other side of this bridge that the Goboremon is on. Wasn't that easy. So run along the bridge and then Shelmon will call out to us. You have to, in the Olga Fortress, you have to use the elevator in order to produce this scenario where Shelmon calls out for help. Because it was by using the elevator that put Shelmon in this position. And now if we go back the way we came, back down the elevator into the Olga Fortress and backtrack, you know, keep backtracking, use the elevator to go back to, well, leave the Olga Fortress, and continue to backtrack and then use the other elevator to take us back and then go to the Great Canyon Bridge, and Shelmon will be there and all will be good. Although since we defeated Agumon for the second time, this room in here has now become available to us. There were items in the other areas of the Ogre Fortress, but we collected those prior to having the second Agumon battle. And all the Digimon that were in here are no longer here, which is a positive. They can no longer get in our way. This area should look familiar. And here is Shalmon, a very useful recruit. This Digimon will prove out to be. Now use the elevator to head upwards instead of downwards, take us to the highest point of the Great Canyon, and this is where Birdramon features. We can battle, defeat and recruit Birdramon. She'll take us back to the city, and by recruiting her we'll have the advantage of the Birdra transport, where she can take us to various parts of the game, creating a number of different shortcuts for us. Always a useful recruit, Birdramon. I'll now have, well, if I'm in the city, then I'll pretty much have immediate access to Great Canyon, Freezeland, Misty Trees, Gear Savannah. I won't make use of the shortcut to the Dino region or Beetle Land, but the other shortcuts will come in handy. Okay, well, I've got all of the necessary items for the Vegiemon trades, and I will be heading to Freezeland. However, the place that I would like to go to is the Ice Sanctuary. And, well, the Ice Sanctuary skip, you know, the glitch that enables you to enter with any Digimon, since recording this, I have, studied it further, and I do now have a clearer idea on how to do the Ice Sanctuary skip. So I'm sort of less awful at it than I used to be, and in this video, I don't, at the time, I don't think I was quite so clued up, and so I do a pretty bad job at entering Ice Sanctuary. And I speed the video up. Didn't have any joy, so I left, re-entered, and I did pull it off that time. I don't know if it's hard to do or if it's just me not very good at it. Like I said, I have sort of studied it a bit more, but even so, if I had to do it again, I wouldn't be confident. So, well, when I did my first Sukamon Solo, which was uploaded back in 2020, this is one place that I didn't go to, along with Toy Town and the igloo that Vegiemon lives in. I managed to just about avoid those Digimon, but I have to avoid these Digimon as well. if I don't want to be wasting time with unnecessary battles. Okay. Now we enter the final room, where there's 3 Digimon who I don't think can be avoided. I don't think it's possible to recruit Agumon without defeating these Digimon, without getting into a battle. Although in this instance we only have to battle the Icemon because the other 2 have chosen not to participate. No trouble for Micemon. There is a lot of work that is to be done in Friesland. We've almost recruited Agumon, but there's the 3rd Agumon battle, where you fight Agumon, Warusidramon and Gabumon, and afterwards Waymon joins the city. I have to recruit Moldramon. There's the 2 Garulamon battles. Frigimon and Penguinmon have been recruited. And then Misty Trees, well, there's Toy Town, Kokatorimon, Gabumon. So there's a lot of, work to be done in the Friesland and the surrounding areas, but one thing at a time. Here is Agumon, one of the more useful Digimon because he gives hints on Digimon who you haven't yet recruited, and it's always useful just in case you forget about a Digimon or overlook a Digimon. Agumon can remind you of who you're missing. The only annoying thing is he does upgrade. Well, I don't think he personally upgrades Gigimon's house, but recruiting Agumon does result in the house becoming upgraded, which means that you can no longer rest, because the chair in there that you rest on is no longer available after the house gets upgraded. So you have to rely on the Centaur Clinic instead if you've recruited Centaurumon. If you haven't, then you don't have any way of resting in the city. Even if you don't recruit Agumon, the house does become upgraded once you make it up to 50 prosperity points. I imagine that recruiting Muncimon also results in the house becoming upgraded. Hello Moldramon, give me an Omni Floppy please. Thank you. I think I collected one in the Ice Sanctuary, but I still had to do the trade nonetheless. Hello, other Vegiemon. That's him sorted. And now the last Vegiemon will be the one who joins the city, since the final trade is being done with him. I always make sure that he is the Vegiemon who joins the city, so he is the Vegiemon who I do the final trade with. The reason for that is because when Vegiemon joins the city, the specific Vegiemon who joins the city you lose the ability to do trades with, whereas the other two Vegiemon remain in Friesland and you can continue to trade with them. And those two Vegiemon I value more when it comes to trades. When it comes to the items that you can get and the items that you have to hand over, I favour those two Vegiemon more. So the one who I value the least is the one who joins the city, because I feel like I'm losing less by losing the ability to trade with him, as opposed to losing the ability to trade with one of the other two Vegiemons. So this would be the toughest of the 4 Agumon fights, courtesy of the Waru-Seedramon. Although Waru-Seedramon does make defeating Agumon very easy. The Gabumon gets defeated in no time, and it usually doesn't take long for the Agumon to get defeated either. And that's down to Waru-Seedramon using attacks that hit every Digimon. What I was saying about the Agumon getting defeated by the Waru-Seedramon, I suppose that doesn't necessarily prove to be true if the Waru-Seedramon is flattened for much of the battle, like he was in that case. But nonetheless, it didn't take long for Agumon to get defeated, as well as Waruseedramon and the Gabumon. So Factorial Town is now available since Waymon has joined the city. Now that we've recruited Moldramon, a Digimon who works at the secret item shop, Ninjamon will now show up on the Digimon bridge. Xiaomon's notice board containing headlines is available, and I didn't want a Digimushroom. So if I get the correct number of prosperity points, then I'll be able to read the various articles that you have to read, the ones regarding Vegiemon, the ones regarding Seedramon, the Lake Guardian, the ones regarding Myotismon. The first step towards recruiting Garulamon is about to be taken. Of course, you can't recruit him with just one battle. You have to battle him again at a later point, where it will be just your Digimon who fights, and you won't be allowed to contribute in any sort of way. You can't give items to your Digimon, you can't give commands to your Digimon, you can't even use a finish. And if you don't have, the right stats or the right techniques, then the second Garulamon battle can prove to be very difficult. But in this instance, it's highly unlikely that it will pose any issues. So, since we spoke to the robot Digimon with Piximon as our Digimon, this door just ahead of us was unlocked, and you don't have to proceed with Piximon. Once the door gets unlocked, it stays unlocked, and you can proceed with any Digimon of your choice, which in this case is Sukamon. And that is annoying. But rather than run and lower my happiness and discipline and waste time and return to the previous area, I think it will probably make more sense just to win the battle. Shouldn't be too difficult. Filth is generally considered to be, the worst nature, and I would imagine that that was the intention. Good thing about Ultimate Poop Bomb, though, is that it does, of all the attacks, Ultimate Poop Bomb causes flattening more frequently than any other attack, and I get into another unwanted battle. Ultimate Poop Bomb has the best rate of causing flattening out of all the techniques that there are. Well, at least we don't have to run away from these battles, but I do need to avoid battles when possible, because one of the requirements for Digivolving to Etamon is to have a minimum of 50 battles. That's the bonus condition, and I don't want to be fulfilling that. I don't want to be fulfilling any of the requirements for Digivolving. And oh, it's okay, this one doesn't battle you. I will need to do something to get myself out of this situation. Yeah, I don't really want to be fulfilling any of the requirements for Digivolve into Etamon, but the stats I have no choice. The weight I've made sure I won't be fulfilling. I am unsure about what the care mistake requirement is. In battles, the battles is one of the bonus conditions. You only have to fulfill any of the 1 bonus conditions, but battles it should be under 50, but we don't want to be, but that won't be the case if we're getting into too many unnecessary battles. So I have to backtrack to the room with the robot Digimon so that I can present him with the gear that we get given. That will end with Piximon joining the city. Then we have to return here in this room and speak to Tanemon. I think Tanemon shows up after you recruit Piximon, and Tanemon features on the exact spot that Piximon is on. Piximon will no longer be here. It will just be Tanemon. So I have to attempt to leave without getting into any additional battles. So I made it past the Tankmon, that just leaves the toy Agumons. Okay, but I still have to go back to the room that Piximon was in, so I have to make it past the toy Agumons, Tankmon and clear Agumons. None of the doors will contain booby traps anymore, so that will make things a bit easier. The clear Agumon should be easy. Just go to the left where you're near the clear Agumon who doesn't battle you if you run into him. That way, if you do accidentally go into him, then a battle won't come as a result of it. You might end up in a position where you have to use an item in order to get away from him, like I did. The toy Agumons aren't too bad, it's the Tankmon that are the hardest to avoid. I have to use an item to produce an animation long enough for the Tankmon to move away, which wasn't the way of things. How wonderful. Okay, no more battles ahead of speaking to Tanemon. And let's avoid the risk of any more battles by returning to the city via an autopilot. Now, I'm not going to Factorial Town just yet. We're nowhere near the time of the shift change. I just want to collect the Misty Egg from the secret beach cave. The item bank can take some items off our hands. Can't give the large recovery because we've already got 99 in the item bank. Can't give the sirloin either, and for the same reason. So what headlines are there? One about Piximon, one about the Lake Guardian, one about the UFO. Well, the fact that there's been the article about Piximon, I think means that we must have a minimum of 40 prosperity points. I think you need to have 40 prosperity points in order for that article to feature, and since we've seen the article, If we return to Greylord's mansion, then my Altusmon will be missing, and we can work towards the second part of Greylord's mansion, which leads to us being able to recruit Skull Greymon. Here I've chosen to train my brains, but that's just in the interest of passing a bit of time. I had Kokatorimon in mind. He's not available at the moment, but will be available at the time that Sukamon wakes up at. And so I wanted to pass the time until Sukamon wants to sleep, so I could then sleep, wake up and battle Kokatorimon. And I did head towards where Kokatorimon was, but I then decided to go back to Cherrymon and pass a bit more time by doing more training. But we're not far away from when Sukamon wants to sleep. Still doesn't want to sleep, but we are very close, and I then decided that we were close enough, only about a quarter of an hour away from reaching the next hour, and I think I hoped that would be when Sukamon, okay, well, he wants to sleep now, so we've passed enough time. Kokatorimon only shows, there's only like a number of hours that Kokatorimon will be present at, and it's the early morning, and I wanted to make the most of the opportunity to battle him while he was available. Him taken care of. As far as the Misty Trees is concerned, we're not done just yet. There is still Agumon. Near the Misty Trees is Gear Savannah, where Patamon hasn't yet been recruited, along with Leomon. And then near here there's also Friesland, of course, where Garulamon hasn't yet been recruited. Vegiemon has, Moljamon has, Penguinmon has.
Agumon has. Is Garurumon the only Digimon in Friesland left to recruit? Can't think of any others. Yeah, seeing as I was in the Misty Trees, I decided to, you know, make the short journey to Agumon so that I would be done with the Misty Trees by recruiting him. No resistance from Agumon. We're not far away from one of the times that Seedramon shows up at. He shows up, I think he shows up twice in a day. I think it's 8 AM and 5 PM. It's currently 5 AM. So about 2.5 hours away from 8 AM, which I think is the time, well, one of the times that Seedramon shows up at. So you've got a bit of time, but not loads of time. But enough time to defeat Patamon, and since we were nearby, I thought it made sense to battle him before doing anything else. I believe that the 3 Patamon battles combined take up about an hour of time. So we still have over 1 hour until Yuramon features at the Dragon Eye Lake. But if we were to get to the Dragon Eye Lake by using the Kunamon shortcut and going down the Digimon bridge, then we would have to defeat Ninjamon. And that will consume about a third of an hour. When you get into a battle, I think it takes up about a third of an hour, so 20 minutes or so. You battle Patamon 3 times, so that comes to about an hour. I was curious as to whether or not I had made enough progress in order for Etamon to show up. You need to have a minimum of 50 prosperity points in order for Etamon to show up. And I was curious as to whether or not I had a high enough number of prosperity points. And so I did decide to head to the tree that he, where you battle him, just to see if he would feature. And no, it looks like I didn't have... It looks like my number of prosperity points must have been under 50 because Etamon didn't battle us, and if I had 50 or more prosperity points then he surely would have battled us. There's only a few minutes until Seedramon spawns, but we have until the end of the hour to catch him. So we would have had time to battle Etamon first had we had enough prosperity points in order for Etamon to show up. you saw Seedramon take my bait, but the rest of the video was speeded up. It's best to, when he says about requests, it's best to pick friendship. If you ask for an item, he gives you a water bottle, which makes you digivolve to Seedramon. If you ask for him to teach you a technique, then he can teach Aqua Magic, Winter Blast and Giga Freeze, but only if you don't know any of those techniques. If you already know those techniques, then he won't be able to teach you any. And then if you ask for friendship, then he'll give you the blue flute, which you can play, and he'll take you across to Beetle Land, which is where we are now. Agumon and Tanemon are easy recruits. You just speak to them and then pick the second option when responding to them. But when speaking to Tanemon, in order for the second option to be available, you have to have recruited Greymon beforehand. Otherwise the second option isn't available, so you can only pick the other option, and that doesn't result in Tanemon joining the city. As for Agumon, I believe that all three responses are available no matter what, and you just have to pick the second one. Well, going by the clock, it can't be... Well, I mean, it's not... I mean, judging by the time, you know, going by the clock, I would say the most significant time coming up would be midday, which is when the Guardromon shift change in Factorial Town takes place. And that's only a number of hours away. And you can see we do now have a minimum of 15 prosperity points, hence Etamon showing up. I think I must have calculated that the prosperity points earned from Beetle Land plus what we already had beforehand must have been enough in order for us to at least have 50 prosperity points and for Etamon to be available for battle. When we read the article about Myotismon, I think that you need to have a minimum of 40 prosperity points just for that article to show up. So going by that and the recruits that have been made after seeing the article, I must have been sure that we did at least have 50 prosperity points. And you can probably tell that I'm now going to the drill tunnel for the final Agumon battle. Agumon will join the city afterwards. We have over 45 prosperity points, and we've recruited Meramon, which means that we'll have access to Leomon's ancestor's cave, so we can collect the stone and give it to Leomon in Gear Savannah, and he'll join the city afterwards. There's also Vegiemon as well. Was it year 6, day 9 when we spoke to him? If so, then year 6, day 12 would be late enough in order for him to be done. The fourth Agumon battle is actually the easiest, despite being the last. The third one is the hardest, followed by the second, followed by the first, and then the fourth. And after losing 4 times, I think Agumon finally started to consider himself and his actions and the world and everybody else, and then he decided to put aside his bad ways and join the city and try and do good with himself. Yeah, just a clear path so we could go straight through. If you haven't got 45 prosperity points, or if you haven't recruited Meramon, then you wouldn't be able to come into the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. Instead, there will be a Digivolve, Drillin, and there will be no path. This place would be off limits, and but make it up to 45 prosperity points, as well as recruiting Meramon, and the Digivolve will be done, and it will just be an open path for you to explore. From here, the next priority is to see if Digivolve is done, and if so, then recruit him. And then the only thing we would have to return to the drill tunnel for is the Tanemon in the Yuramon Ancestor Cave. I think that Tanemon appears there after you recruit Leomon. So if we go to Gear Savannah and give the stone to Leomon and have Leomon join the city, then returning to the Yuramon Ancestor Cave, Tanemon should be there, and then Drill Tunnel will have no more usefulness. We are about 3/4 of an hour away from the shift change at Factorial Town, so we are very close to the sort of time where you can make it past the guards in Factorial Town, but from the looks of things, my decision was to put that on hold for another day and to focus on other progress instead. Here you see a Patamon under threat from a Goborimon. We probably would help out, but Leomon steps in instead. Takes care of the Goborimon. The Goborimon flees. Leomon then runs off. Patamon follows. The Patamon doesn't feature again. If we follow through, Leomon will be in here. And after we give him the stone, he'll join the city. And there is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to stop the game from freezing. The bit of text being when he says you can count on me. If I go through that at normal speed, the game might freeze. So to prevent the game from freezing, I have to go through that bit of text slowly. Like that, but I speeded the video up. So you only had to look at it very briefly. There's still work to be done in the Mount Panorama. We haven't recruited Meramon yet, or Vegiemon. We have read the article about a UFO, and if we return to where the crop circle was, there will now be 2 instead of 1. If we acknowledge that and then go back to Xiaomon's board again, there will be another article about an alien. I know that for sure because I think you only need 45 prosperity points in order for that article to be available. We have over 50, and if we then return to the crop circles once more, Vegiemon will show up and he'll join the city shortly after, well, just after you speak to him. Now that we've recruited Yuramon, we will have to return to the drill tunnel once more. So we've acknowledged that there's now more than one. Out of the 8 different articles that can feature on Shalmon's board, we should now have 7 of them. And another unwanted battle. I think the only one we're missing is the second article about Piximon. The first article about Piximon we have already seen. It was article number 6. I think article number 7, which is the second article about Piximon, I think that shows up after you recruit Greymon, which comes from doing the second lot of Greylord's Mansion. Article 8, which is the final article regarding Vegiemon, that should now be available because we've acknowledged the crop circles, and I think you only need 45 prosperity points, which we've got more of. The first article about Piximon, I think, becomes available if you have a minimum of 40 prosperity points and if you've done the initial bits of Greylord's Mansion. Articles 5, 4, 3 and 2 I think become available once you have a certain number of prosperity points, and the first article I think is present the moment you recruit Shalmon, regardless of progress, but don't quote me on that. So here we are to speak to Tanemon again. We spoke to him at the Dino region, we've spoken to him here. We still need to speak to him, and we also spoke to him at Toy Town. We still need to speak to him at the sewer in Factorial Town, as well as the Ogre Fortress in the Great Canyon. Incidentally, that is where we are heading now, and that will then just leave the sewer in Factorial Town. think that Tanemon shows there after you recruit Andromon. It's going to be a fair while before we can recruit Andromon, though. We have to make it past the guards, defeat Guromon, speak to Andromon, go to the sewer, defeat Numamon, speak to Andromon again, leave, come back at a later point in time, speak to Andromon again, he'll then join the city, and then from there you can recruit Guromon, and Tanemon should be in the sewer. I think it's after Andromon joins the city. The Tanemon here, I think, spawns here after you defeat Agumon for the 3rd time and recruit Waymon. And now I'm heading to Friesland because it's a significant time of the day. It's around the sort of time where Gurulomon shows up ready for the rematch. Gurulomon is available for a number of hours, but I think we're more or less at the 1st hour that Gurulomon will show up at. I think we have just entered that hour, so Gurulomon should be available. He is, and our HP and MP will be at the maximum thanks to the Digi-Seabass that I just gave to Sukamon, whereas Gurulomon's HP should only be half.
In the Sukamon solos, where I didn't have maxed stats, the second Gurulomon battle proved to be a very tough and worrisome battle. This time around, it was no trouble at all, which I think was probably expected. Hello, Agumon. Please take unwanted items off my hands. And I've now got large recoveries and medium MPs, should they be needed. I also took out items which are likely not going to serve any useful purpose at all. So, is there anything I can buy which is useful, which I don't already have? I was able to top up on a few things, but that was about it. And I want to just discard these unwanted items, so I will sell them. Money's now at the maximum, so I won't make any more money from selling these, but I want them gone anyway. I don't want unnecessary items getting in the way and taking up space in my inventory. So, the Agumon battle will now be triggered. Monochromon, Meramon, Yuramon. And the cheap, cowardly git strikes us by surprise and takes away about 10% of our HP. How will we survive? Mount Infinity will now be available to us. Before you go to Mount Infinity and defeat Machinedramon, it's always a good idea to make sure that you're completely done with Greylord's Mansion, Ice Sanctuary, and the Olga Fortress before you defeat Machinedramon. Because defeating Machinedramon after you defeat Machinedramon and you know, complete the game and then return to the game afterwards, there will be the... It says the article about Myotismon. There will be the Machinedramon will be at the back dimension at one of those 3 places. And if you need to go to those places and it turns out to be the back dimension, then you would have to defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension before you would be able to go to that place. So if you don't go to Ice Sanctuary and recruit Agumon, and then you defeat Machinedramon and the back dimension is at the Ice Sanctuary, then in order to be able to go to the Ice Sanctuary and recruit Agumon, you would have to defeat Machinedramon first, which could be a problem. And to prevent from this problem, the easiest thing is to make sure that you're done with those 3 places. So with Greylord's Mansion, make sure you recruit Skullgreymon and collect all the items. With Ice Sanctuary, make sure you recruit Agumon and collect all the items. With Olga Fortress, make sure you defeat Agumon, recruit Xiaomon, speak to Tanemon there, and collect all the items. We are heading to the Greylord's Mansion in the interest of doing the second lot of things that have to be done. We came here earlier and we rescued Myotismon, so now we're here for the rest of Greylord's Mansion, where Myotismon will be missing. We saw the article number 6, and then after we recruit Skullgreymon, there will then be article number 7. We don't have to read it, but it will be there. So your character acknowledges that Myotismon's gone. You then have to go to the place that Myotismon was at when you first found him, and your character will see that Myotismon isn't there either. And if you then return to the beginning of Greylord's Mansion and try to leave, Vegiemon will show up. And there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. One bit of text when speaking to Vegiemon. So I do go through that bit of text slowly, but I speed the video up like I did with Meteormon and Leomon. And after speaking to Vegiemon, there will be a door in Greylord's Mansion that you will be able to go through, which you previously weren't able to go through. There was a door that the mansion key didn't work on and you couldn't go through it. But after the scene with Vegiemon, you will be able to proceed and go to a part of Greylord's Mansion that you haven't been to yet. This is the door here. Our first battle is against the very feeble Piximon. And then our next battle will be against the not so feeble Skull Greymon. So here is Myotismon. He has a Barkamon with him as well. And Grey Lord's mansion's usefulness is over. It is funny to think, like, supposing, like, this was like a real world, and you really were doing the game with Sukamon, and you were attacking your opponents with loads of pieces of shit, then imagine what state the world would be in. Yeah, all those battles, all those pieces of shit. I just think the world would be in a very sorry state. It would be very dirty and smelly and unhealthy. So, Vegiemon will show up, and there's also the opportunity for us to try and get Meramon to show up. And if we're successful, then we can get him out of the way. And it's always, well, when it comes to Meramon, Piximon and Metal Meramon, I'm always glad to get them out of the way because of how frustrating they are. The fact that there's a certain place where they can spawn, but statistically, there's a low probability of them showing up, and normally you just have to repeatedly enter and leave the specific area until they show up. I find it frustrating, and so I'm always glad to get them out of the way, so I've got the frustration out of the way of trying to recruit them. Okay, we have managed to get Meramon to show up. Is Filth, like, extra effective against machine? From the various videos where I've used Sukamon and the Digimon that I've gone up against, it does make me wonder if Filth is more effective against machine. I'm not entirely sure why that would be the way of things, but I seem to do a lot of damage against Meramon, who has machine as one of his natures. I know from battling Machinedramon with Sukamon, Filth seems to do more damage than what I would expect it to do. So I'm really not sure. But it does look like it might be the case. Well, the joys of getting Meramon to show up and recruiting him are to be short-lived, as we are now going to likely have a lot of frustration while trying to get Piximon to show up. Happy us. Unsurprisingly, Piximon's not here, so we have to leave, and we have to re-enter, and we have to repeat the process, and we have to keep repeating the process, and we have to keep repeating the process, and we have to keep repeating the process, and so on, and so on. Ooh, orange banana. And then we have to go back to repeating the process. Ooh, Piximon. Best see to sickness. If you battle a Digimon when you're sick or injured, then I think that your attacks do less damage than normal, and I think they consume more MP as well. So the moral of the story is, don't battle when you're sick or injured, always treat it before you battle. And it's up to you, but I would always advise using a protective floppy when you battle Piximon. Just because his attacks are very prone to causing status harm. Confusion Storm has a very high rate of causing confusion. And then Danger Sting and Bug have a high rate of causing flattening, but by using a protective floppy you will completely protect yourself from getting confused or flattened. I am entering Mount Infinity, as you can see, but I'm not actually going to make any progress towards defeating any of the mandatory Digimon in Mount Infinity. I'm not going to be making any progress towards recruiting any of the Digimon. Instead, my plan is to go to Factorial Town, to take advantage of the shift change which is coming up, but we've got a bit of time until then, so I'm just going to get into this battle here so that I can help myself to an item that would otherwise be off limits. I'm somebody who does try to collect all of the items that are available, the items in the computers, even if they're not of any obvious use. It's just the way I am. And the item here, when you enter, it's being blocked by a Rockmon. But by getting into that battle, I was able to create a clear path so that I could collect the item, and then I left Mount Infinity because the battle consumed a bit of time, and we're now closer to the shift change in Factorial Town. And because of that, my priority now should be to go to Factorial Town and take advantage of the ability to proceed into the deeper areas of the Factorial Town, thanks to the shift change, which is only about 40 minutes away. Because I always had, I had one eye on Factorial Town, but it was hours away, so I wanted to find other things to do in the meantime, so I saw to Meramon and Piximon. I still had a bit of time, so I then decided to go to Mount Infinity for the battle and collect the item. And when we get to the area just before where the Guardromons are, we'll probably only have to loiter for a few minutes before it's time to proceed. There's no guard, so on we go. There are various items in here. More importantly, there's Yuramon, who you have to defeat in battle, and if you speak to Andromon after defeating Yuramon, then he'll do something which puts the sewer back into normal condition, and then you're able to make further progress as a result of that. But if I'm right about, Filth being more powerful against Machine, then Yuramon is not going to like me one bit. He has Machine as a nature, as well as air, and I think battle as well, but he has Machine as a nature, so if Machine doesn't like Filth, then Yuramon should be vulnerable to the attacks that I'm going to be using. Well, Machine Digimon do definitely appear to be vulnerable to Filth. Filth does definitely seem to do more damage against Machine, unless it's got nothing to do with them being a machine and it simply boils down to one of their other natures. I'm really not sure. And the Guardromons who were here have been replaced by random Digimon who can be annoying, especially when you have the evasive skills that I've got, which, believe me, I'm not good at all. Okay, so the sewer that was in a really bad state and had a really unwell Numamon inside of it has now gone back to being in proper condition, healthy condition, and the Numamon presumably would be better. So this is when you come here initially, when the sewer would be in a bad condition, but the text is still the same regardless, and then by leaving and re-entering it then goes back to how it should be after speaking to Andromon. Numamon still seems to not be in great condition though. I know he visually appears to be okay, but the fact that he battled us and the noise that he made does make me wonder. So that's Numamon recruited. And then if we go back and speak to Andromon, he'll say about trying to recover some data, and then if we leave and return later on, he hopefully would have recovered the data, and he'll join the city afterwards, and Guromon would have recovered, and speaking to Guromon will result in him joining the city as well, not to mention that Tanemon will also be in the sewer, and it's one of the locations where you have to speak to him. We're not done in Factorial Town just yet though, because there is also Metal Mummemon, who, like Piximon and Mummemon, is a frustrating recruit because of the low probability of him showing up. But since we're here, I wanted to try and get it out of the way. So I'm just repeatedly entering and leaving in the hope that Metal Mummemon will show up. And it will become immediately clear if he is in the area, because the Guardromon won't be there. When we enter, there's a Guardromon who's immediately visible, and that Guardromon won't be there if Metal Mummemon is there. So when we enter, whether or not you can see a Guardromon will immediately tell you whether or not Metal Mummemon is there. If Guardromon is there, then Metal Mummemon is not. Okay, no Guardromon. So, Metal Mummemon will be here instead. Not gonna lie, I was very surprised by how many attacks it took in order for Metal Meramon to get flattened. When you use Ultimate Poop Bomb, I believe that the chances of the Digimon getting flattened are more likely than the chances of the Digimon not getting flattened. So I was surprised by how many times Metal Meramon got attacked without getting flattened. But we saw the battle through, and we've now recruited all 3 of the frustrating Digimon, Meramon, Metal Meramon, and Piximon, but I regret to say that we still haven't recruited the ultimate frustrating Digimon, who goes by the name Monochromon. He, in my opinion, is the worst Digimon to recruit. The Monochromon shop minigame, for me, is the most dreaded part of any playthrough. And I never look forward to having to see to the Monochromon recruitment. Now, having gotten Factorial Town out of the way, I now decided to go to Mount Infinity, but this time to proceed with it and to defeat and recruit the Digimon who need to be defeated and recruited. Sukamon isn't far away from wanting to sleep, so it should be a new day when we, defeat Machinemon and leave the city and then come back. Our number of prosperity points would have gone up a bit, and then hopefully Andromon will have an update for us at Factorial Town, which will enable us to make the remaining recruits that have to be made in Factorial Town, and Sukamon does indeed want to sleep. Our work in Factorial Town won't be complete with just one visit, though. We will have to return to Mount Infinity after defeating Machinemon in order to battle and recruit Digivolve. And normally Megadramon is a Digimon who I battle after Machinemon rather than before Machinemon. So when returning to battle and recruit Digivolve, usually I also have to battle and recruit Megadramon. But you have to walk before you can run, so before any of that, we have to get past Vegiemon. for the final time in the game, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. Yeah, the Vegiemon here, plus the Vegiemon in Greylord's Mansion, plus Leomon in Gear Savannah, plus Meteormon in Dino Region. For all 4 of those Digimon, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. And in regards to the question of, is the Vegiemon in Mount Infinity the same as the Vegiemon in Greylord's Mansion? I honestly don't know, but I would be inclined to believe not. It's just because if you defeat Vegiemon in Mount Infinity and then defeat Machinedramon, which results in Vegiemon joining the city along with Airdramon and Metal Greymon, as well as Megadramon, and you do that before going to Greylord's Mansion, then if you go to Greylord's Mansion, then Vegiemon will be there, there'll be the scene with him, and so surely it can't be the same Vegiemon as the one in Mount Infinity, since that one would be in File City working in the secret item shop. But I'm really not 100% sure. I'm just speculating, really. So I've ignored Megadramon and I'm heading for Metal Greymon. Megadramon is a Digimon that I'll see to after Machinedramon. I'll tie it in with Digitamamon. It makes no major difference if you defeat Megadramon before or after Machinedramon. Either way, he'll end up joining the city. If you defeat Megadramon before Machinedramon, then he'll join the city after you defeat Machinedramon. If you defeat Machinedramon first and then Megadramon, then Megadramon will join the city after you defeat Megadramon. Gee, did Metal Greymon take some sort of anti-flatten medication that stops you from getting flattened? I mean, all those ultimate poop bombs, and not once did he get flattened. And now for the wannabe big man. Analog man, who thinks that he's a big man. Well, Analog man, you keep believing that you're a big man. And you keep telling yourself that you're a big man. And we will continue to laugh at you. Some of us might put our hands up so that we are laughing behind our hands. Some of us won't even bother making that much effort. He thinks he scares us with this puny Digimon. Have we ever gone up against such a weak and feeble Digimon? Even Numamon is a ferocious demon in comparison. The big man's been defeated. Now I see, doesn't get his own way, so he chooses to try and blow up the island instead. Well, he's so pathetic he can't even succeed at that. He is the paragon of failure. All he has in life is failure. Hey, Agumon. Sorry for the injuries that you sustained from the battle, but you tried to attack us, so we kind of had to defend ourselves. And now we have to leave. I'm so sad. I'm so emotional. I grew a bond with these Digimon. I grew a bond with my Digimon. I grew a bond with this world. I grew a bond with this city. It's such a shame to have to leave. It's so heartbreaking. I'm so sad. But we're back. So the misery and depression was short-lived. Now let's go back to Mount Infinity and finish what we started. Finish some unfinished business. Vegiemon and Digivolve. My reason for leaving Vegiemon until after Machinedramon is just because in the area that Vegiemon features at, if you defeat Vegiemon, then there will be random Digimon there instead, in the area that Vegiemon was in. You know, there'll be random Digimon instead, who you have to avoid, or else you'll get into a battle with them. And I'm not very good at avoiding Digimon, so rather than defeat Vegiemon before defeating Machinedramon and then returning for Digitamamon and having to make it past the random Digimon who are there instead of Vegiemon, I find it easier to defeat Machinedramon first, and then when I make it to the area that Vegiemon is in, there won't be random Digimon because Vegiemon will still be there, and I'll defeat Vegiemon, then go to Digitamamon, and then autopilot out of Mount Infinity, autopilot back to the city, and then hopefully never return to Mount Infinity ever again. Will you stupid Digimon get out my way? Thank you. In a normal playthrough, when you don't have max stats, it could be wiser to battle Vegiemon before Machinedramon, just because Vegiemon drops an item chip, and there are two computers behind him, each containing a separate item chip, and giving those item chips to your Digimon would help with the Machinedramon battle, because you would have better stats, and therefore you would put up a better fight, obviously. Megadramon is short of words, it would seem. But after you recruit him and speak to him, he does talk. He does say stuff. Vegiemon, well, he initially didn't talk, but then he did. And he does talk if you talk to him in the city. Digitalmamon, on the other hand, I don't think says a single word throughout the entire game. Because I don't think he says anything when you battle him, and I don't think he says anything if you try talking to him after recruiting him. Well, here we go for what I think is usually the hardest battle in the game, excluding the Machinedramon rematches at the back dimension. Well, with him defeated, I still have to go back to Factorial Town, and I still have the much dreaded Monochromon shop. But I'm in a position where it feels like there's not too much else left to do. Not going to make any money from selling any of this, but I don't want it wasting space in my inventory. Right, Factorial Town, here we come. Andromon, here we come. Providing you have an update for us, providing you have successfully recovered the data so that we can recruit you and then also recruit Guromon and Nanemon and be done with Factorial Town and only have Monochromon left to see to. Okay, it's good news. I believe that recruiting Andromon is what you have to do in order to get Nanemon to show up in the sewer. Here he is. So, that's now Nanemon recruited. There wasn't a pop-up saying that Nanemon joins the city, but if you speak to Vegiemon, then he'll mention that Nanemon joined the city. He doesn't serve any kind of useful purpose, he just stands in the item bank behind Agumon. You can't speak to him or anything like that. So Guromon is healthy again. I would say that he's back on his feet, but he doesn't look like he has any feet. So I guess he's not back on his feet. But if he did have feet, then he would be back on his feet. But the main thing is that he's well, and he joined the city. Monochromon and nothing else. Don't tell me about analog man, I don't care. Just tell me what my prosperity is. 98. Good. Only Monochromon left. And that is the bad news, unfortunately. Because I consider him to be the worst Digimon in the game to recruit. But you gotta do what you gotta do, so let's head to the Great Canyon and head to the Monochromon shop. Hey Monochromon, please let us work in your shop. I love it so much. Before that though, we need to make sure that we won't fade away after the shift. I believe that each shift lasts 8 hours. 3 sea basses will give us 9 hours. So 3 sea basses is what's needed in order to survive a shift if you're going to fade away on the next hour. And my first attempt was unsuccessful, which probably isn't of any tremendous surprise. Well, 3 Digi-Sea basses should keep me alive until after the shift. So please let us work in your shop again. I love it so much. And I was unsuccessful for the second time. Oh, I'm so delighted about the fact that I was unsuccessful. That means that I have a reason to do another shift in his job. Oh, I love it so much. Let's hope that we continue to fail, so that we continue to be in a position where we have to work in his shop. Because that is just the closest thing we have to heaven. Gotsumon, reasonable customer. Medicine, good choice. Thank you, Gotsumon, for your custom. Much appreciated. Hey, Goborimon, my favourite customer. Portable potty, reasonable choice. And we make a sow. Happy us, happy him. Meat, that's a bad choice. I don't like selling meat, I make barely any money from it. Portable potties are okay, and medicine is the best. Oh, okay, well, if you don't want to pay for meat, then I guess you'll just have to starve to death. Portable potty. Well, there is a toilet just outside the shop. You could use that, you know. Or you could buy a portable potty and use that instead of using the toilet for free. Whatever takes your fancy. Meat. Well, there are plenty of Digimushrooms lying around, you could just eat them instead. Medicine, well that's not a bad choice, because there isn't really any obvious alternative way of getting medicine. I mean, the clinic in the city is a fair way to travel. So halfway with the customers, just under halfway with the target. So this certainly has the potential to end in success. Medicine. If only it was Goborimon who wanted medicine, because we could charge a much higher price and Goborimon would probably be willing to pay for it. And so a Goborimon who wants medicine is a customer who you would make a lot more money from rather than a Weedmon who wants medicine. It's a shame it's not Goborimon who wants medicine instead. Medicine is a good choice, but Weedmon is the wrong customer. I kind of feel like we're slipping away. We haven't made a great deal of money in the second half, and it's not going to get any better with meat. Can't we have a load of Goborimons after medicine? Sell them all for 1,500. Ah, medicine. Here's an opportunity to make a bit of money. About 700 away from the target. A medicine at 1,400 should do it. Yeah, I think a medicine at 1,400 is enough for us to succeed. About 550 away. A medicine at 1,300 will do the job. And he is after medicine. 1300. If we can make a sell 1300 bits, then that will be enough for us to succeed. And we've done it. And we have more customers left over. Not anymore, we don't, because that's us done. So Meramon recruited, 100 prosperity points, end of the playthrough. So I'm just going to return to the city to clarify the prosperity points, and that will be the end of that. All the Digimon have joined. Meramon, 100 prosperity points. Tamer level's at the maximum, so it can't go up any higher, and we can't be presented with the medal. But nonetheless, playthrough complete. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and please post in the comment section if you have any feedback.